Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be telling stories all about cryptids, the scary, spooky things that bump in the woods and all around us. I hope you enjoy it. Without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true cryptid stories. Our first story was sent in to us on the Interscare website, interscare.com, by a viewer. I once saw a shape-shifting type cryptoid creature when I was about 12 years old in Shasta County. I found it most correlated with the description of a Wendigo or skinwalker. It followed my family vehicle home from the wooded area near the Shasta College. I first noticed this thing jumping from tree to tree in pursuit of our truck heading down Old Oregon Trail. At some point, it vanished from sight, and later that night, I went out back to find my mother so I could ask something, and that's when I heard it. I had put on a sort of off-putting voice of my mother that I didn't quite trust, and felt chills when hearing it. Yet, it lured me into my backyard saying, "Shh." I'd say, "Mom, is that you?" No reply. I figured she was trying to show me something out there, so I walked down my porch stairs and asked, "Mom, is that you?" Again, I hear, "Shh," in a bone-chilling manner that did sound like my mother. This gave me chills to my core. Then, upon seeing it up close, I realized it was not my mother at all, and kind of looked as if it was trying to take on my look, but was much lengthier and had very pale, tight skin and deep black sunken-in eyes. Later on, my mother would tell me that she heard it too, before she left to go to the store. It's been happening for about 2 months now, but every time I'm outside alone, day or night, I hear someone calling my name, like long and drawn out, almost sing-song, like, Amanda. It's not the same voice every time, but it does sound like a relative each time. I have none that live close to me. I was outside putting things in my car one morning, and in the thicket behind me, I heard huge branches snapping and a lot of commotion among the leaves. But as soon as I turned towards the noise, it was dead silent. I've only heard a little bit about them, so I don't know if I'm just imagining things or what, but I believe it could be a skinwalker. Can anyone give me more info on them, or any insight as to what this might be? I do live in the Appalachia area as well. Edit. To add. I'm currently taking advantage of the mental health resources in my area, and I do not have any hallucinogenic conditions. I do not have schizophrenia. Thank you, though, for your comments. Another edit to clarify. The branch snapping sound sounded like something falling out of a tree because of a snapped limb, not just something walking that snapped it. It was about 8:30 p.m. While taking out the trash at work with a co-worker/roommate, a large dog approached us. It seemed to be galloping. It wasn't walking normally, like an animal should. Despite the many surrounding lights, the dog appeared to be entirely black. It was silhouetted just enough that you could see its muscle definition. I could see a slight reflection in its eyes. It seemed to lack a shadow. My roommate and I both expressed having different experiences and visions of the dog. When I initially saw the dog, I interacted saying, "Aw, a dog," in excitement. For me, it proceeded to sit entirely still on the cement, staring like a statue. What I saw was a large, fluffy black dog, lazy ears, similar to a Newfoundland dog. My roommate expresses seeing the dog as a large, very muscular, aggressive-looking black dog that stood rigid the entire time, staring like it wanted to attack. It was short-haired, muscled, and had pointed ears. I jokingly stated that the dog looked like a skinwalker, not really anticipating that anything would happen. Then we both immediately felt a wake of dread fall over us. Something was wrong. We both saw the dog's jaw open, almost as if it was about to bark. We heard a distant, yet extremely clear, high-pitched, "Come here." The dog immediately turned to take off. We turned around the corner. The creature was unreasonably far up the road for a short amount of time that it was not being observed. It was wobbling, crossing its paws, walking oddly. When it turned left around a corner, it seemed to nearly stand up on its hind paws, walking on two legs, just before passing around out of sight. The rest of the night was just as interesting. We had trouble with certain objects slightly moving places, nudging a bit, settling. It quickly became more aggressive, but then, just as we were about to leave, we heard a loud and persistent knocking coming from the front of the store. We quickly went to our cars. On the drive home, I tried to blast music and ignore what I had just seen. I heard whispering coming from my back seat. I couldn't quite make out any words. It just sounded like whistling almost. But get this. I saw a random, antique clawfoot bathtub on the left side of the road in a field. It was certainly not there the day before, or even that morning on my drive there. The kicker? I was watching the sidelines of the roads for animals, and I most certainly saw a buck. He was leaping out in front of the road, a good 50 feet ahead. I slammed on my brakes, but when I got closer, it was merely a bush. Perhaps I was just paranoid, but this is all very concerning. So, I had an incident around 12 years ago. It was with an old buddy of mine and his old community. The community, I believe, was an Indian reservation. It was nighttime, and we went for a walk down a dirt road. The whole community was a trailer park home area, except for a few houses there. As we walked down the road, we came near this one house with an outside light on that had chickens and dogs. Mind you, my buddy knew this area pretty well. As we were walking, we hear the dogs making weird noises. After we heard the noise, my buddy looked at me and told me to run back to his house. So of course, I ran with him. As we were running, I stopped running out of shock from what I saw right in front of me. It was a dark, cloaked figure with long black hair, a mask like a samurai face. You know, those masks that have the long teeth sticking out of the mouth, but it was an actual face, staring right at me. I was so scared I couldn't move. This lasted 5 seconds, and then it floated into the woods. Yes, it wasn't standing on the ground, it was floating. I remember this event with every small detail after all these years. No, I wasn't high on anything, nor was I drunk. I was completely sober and terrified. If anyone has any idea on what I saw that night, I would really appreciate it. Please don't comment if you're gonna be messed up. I'm very serious about this and I'm just looking for answers. Thank you in advance. My sister and I jokingly looked for paranormal creatures and such. I know you're not supposed to do that kind of stuff, but we didn't actually think they were real. Or at least, not able to actually hurt anybody or take on a physical form. Just give off energy. We were camping in the woods of Colorado, a decent distance from any pretty big town or anything. Day 1. We left our campsite as soon as the sun set, and walked around the lake surrounded by forestry. We were joking around and laughing about the whole thing. Once we got over to the small bridge, however, we got a lot more anxious. We walked by this information sign. Then, in the trees, there was this tall, skinny, white human-like figure. When I flashed my light on it, the thing was apparently tree branches, but the shape completely changed. We ran away from there and felt a bad energy following us the whole time. We felt it more in certain places, and felt it less in others. My sister claimed to have seen one more creature at the top of the hill, but I didn't see it. We were walking for a while, and nothing else super notable happened other than the negative energy, weird smells, and a few odd noises. My sister kept smelling rotting meat, but I didn't smell it despite being right next to her. The odd noises were really just things like footsteps and twigs crackling, but we did hear an off dog growl and a lot of coyote howls. We got back to camp and went to bed like normal. I'd like to note that we heard an owl all night, which may be important. Day 2. We went again, but this walk was much shorter. We went to the same place we saw the creature last time, but were too scared to go past the information sign. We heard an owl again, and saw it right there on top of a tree. I don't know if this owl means anything, but my sister said it was acting strange and that we should leave. We left and decided to go straight to the campsite. While we were walking, my sister claimed to have seen some weird coyote and was laser focused on it. I didn't see it. She then started running and told me to run too. I was confused because I really didn't see anything, but she was white as a ghost and claimed it changed to a humanoid form. When we got back to camp, I could feel something was in the forest behind us. As soon as we got there, we got silent lightning too. My dad's friend was camping with us and told us that she said something to keep skinwalkers away. She's native, like actually native, so we trusted it a lot and felt a relief from the negative energy that we were feeling. When I was in 7th grade, my sister and I went to the woods next to our school to explore. The woods are thick, but it's a relatively small patch. About 5 minutes into the walk, we felt a change, like we were being watched or almost like we were dreaming. At that moment, a large deer, a buck with enormous antlers, stood up. The deer stands there about 10 feet from us, doesn't panic or scare, just stands there. And as it did, the world felt like it stopped. And at that time, I felt like I was being spoken to. A form of communication without words, but it was a connection that I've never felt before. That feeling lasted for a minute, then faded. Then, the deer turned and calmly walked away, disappearing under the brush. Me and my sister only told our parents we saw a deer, never said about how close or the strange occurrences that came with it. I never told anyone that I felt like a deer or creature spoke to me. Now, 20 years later, I retold this story with some family and my sister present. As I told the story up to when the deer looked at us, my sister cut in to say, and I swear that deer had unnatural antlers, and I swear to God, it spoke to me. We freaked out because we never spoke of it talking, so now I'm looking for answers. Some friends told me that it could be a skinwalker, but I'm not sure. We didn't get any evil or negative feelings from this. If anyone knows of anything, I would love to hear it. The location was in Michigan, in the United States of America. I'm not that great of a storyteller, but I'll just quickly write what happened. We were staying at a Hogan Airbnb on the Navajo Nation close to Monument Valley, and there were several very friendly, calm dogs roaming around. I and my friends, one of whom is deathly afraid of dogs, had no problem being with them or petting them. We had a gorgeous view of Monument Valley right from our door, and it was cold, yet cozy. That night, I needed to use the bathroom and opened the door to the dogs going absolutely nuts. There's a difference between a dog barking at just whatever, a person walking by, for example, and then there was this total fight or flight response. One of the dogs ran up to me looking anxious and glanced into the desert behind the Hogan. It became close, then walked back to look into the desert behind the Hogan. Its fur stood up, and it suddenly looked more like a wolf, and took off into the desert at full speed, growling and barking at a huge shadow that ran away from the dog. There aren't many huge animals in the area. Some deer and horses, maybe cattle, but this was bigger. I didn't stick around long enough to check what it was. I was pretty shaken by what I saw. Found some fresh wolf/mountain lion prints and hoof prints, probably from a horse, outside the Hogan the next morning. The dog's prints are smaller. Our host said that we might have seen a skinwalker. I'd like to believe it was a horse. It was dark anyhow, but the host didn't want to talk much about it. The guides we met later on said the same thing and kept it at that. Later that day, one friend suddenly fell ill on a tour of another Hogan and almost fainted. That never happened before in her life. The guide said that she probably had some bad spirits attached to her. She recovered quickly after stepping outside. That's all. It was a really wonderful trip overall, and I'd go again if I could. The entire decade we have been living in this house, my family has experienced disembodied voices. This wasn't something new to my family, as our previous house was very old and haunted, and we heard children's voices on occasion. I remember one day after middle school I had a friend over to visit. Once we were halfway to my room, which was the middle of the long, unfinished basement. We began laughing together at either a joke or something that happened earlier that day in class. While mid-laugh, a small voice of a child emanated from an old rocking horse, which was off to the side and against a wall. He sounded younger than us, maybe 6 to 8 years if I'm remembering right. He was laughing with us, as if he was there the entire time, but he wasn't there at all physically. Me and my friend both looked at each other and ran out of my house with the front doors wide open. Stuff happened to me before and I heard family stories, but that was the exact moment that I learned it's all completely real. Friends have called me bad luck and had refused sleepovers in the following years. Things always seem to happen when I'm around that just creeps everyone out, such as small dusty handprints appearing on a friend's car while we're hanging out. To get to the point, things have calmed down now since. I'm currently in my 20s and still living with my family. All of us on occasion will hear the other calling them from another room. We're no longer hearing voices of others, but voices that mimic loved ones identically. Is there anyone else here who can relate to these experiences? Does anyone know what I'm currently dealing with, as I don't feel it's necessarily dangerous, but I'm going on a limb and saying it's probably not human either. I live in a rural part in Canada. and my city has been built over native burial grounds, which some are still being dug up during construction. I've always wondered, could it be a skinwalker that may have followed me after an encounter with friends on a native reservation? Any input is much obliged. I grew up in a very small Kansas town on the Nebraska border, a relatively quiet place. I usually went on a walk with my very small dog around dusk or dark. Besides the rabbit or occasional skunk, we never really saw anything in town. It was starting to get dark when my dog and I walked up to the park. There was a row of bushes where we had a family cat buried when he passed. I just glanced up to that spot when I saw something hunched over at its grave. It looked like it was looking for something. It was on four paws and had skin that seemed to be a sickly grayish tint with patches of scraggly fur. The face looked vaguely dog-like. It looked really lean. I was frozen in place because I wasn't sure what I was seeing and how it would react when it saw me. But when it saw me, it looked me dead in the eye and ran off on 2 feet. I thought I was hallucinating or crazy, but my dog reacted to the same thing. She didn't bark, but she was terrified and stayed really close to my side. We rushed inside, and I've never seen that thing again. Happened over 10 years ago, but I still wonder what I saw. I know I don't live in Navajo area, so I have my doubts that it was a skinwalker. I'm just not quite sure what else it could have been. This experience I'm going to describe has taken a while for me to get together and actually write down. I have experienced a few paranormal things, but this is the craziest one of all of them. It takes place in Yosemite National Park in August of 2017 with my 2 best friends, Zach and Andrew. Zach had worked that summer as a parking agent at Glacier Point and was pretty familiar with the area. His employee housing he was given was a house in Wawona with 2 other guys. Andrew and I were visiting for the week and had each been to Yosemite before. One of the nights there, we decided to watch the sunset over Chilnawalna Falls. It was a great hike that Zach had done before. The trail was about 4 miles to the top, with about a 2,000-foot elevation gain. We brought food and decided to hike up and take a swim and eat at the pools on top of the falls. We set out a couple of hours before sunset. As we approached the top portion, we were about a half mile to the top of the falls, where a guy about our age, early 20s, ran up to us from bushes, frantically asking for help. His friend had fallen 50 feet off a cliff and had a shattered femur. Zach was used to this. After working in the park all summer, he had seen many injuries and was used to it. The man didn't have cell reception, but I did, so I called 911 and reported the accident, requesting search and rescue. After a few minutes, we decided we wanted to continue the hike after search and rescue assured us that they would be there soon with a helicopter. We told the guy help was on its way, and we continued the next half mile up to the top of the falls. When we got there, it was a picture-perfect scene. A beautiful sunset as we swam and ate. We then got an amazing show as we saw the helicopter land to pick up the injured guy we just encountered right below us. I'm a private pilot and Air Force aviator, so I loved every second of watching the helicopter land on the mountainside. After the sunset, we began the hike down, and passed the spot with the injured guy, and search and rescue was taking care of him. We had a brief encounter with them. They thanked us for calling in. It was now dark out, and we continued the hike down. There wasn't much moonlight. It was pretty dark, so we used our phones as flashlights to see the trail. This is where the story gets interesting. The top of the hike was switchbacks with a steep incline on the right and a steep decline on the left with shrubs and trees. It was definitely too steep to hike down, hence the switchbacks. About 1 mile into the hike down, Zach was in front with a light. I was second, also shining my light, and Andrew was in the back. Zach was shining his light ahead and saw something sticking out from behind a tree that was about 15 feet ahead, just off the right to the path, and instinctively, he shined the light at it. That's when whatever it was exposed itself from the tree and ran across the path, down to the left and down the steep grade. It ran on 2 feet and resembled some sort of humanoid. It was a little shorter than us and very clearly had 2 arms and legs, but it moved in an inhuman way. It kind of resembled a person. It had a head and its limbs, but appeared to be just skin, no clothes on at all. We all 3 saw it and stopped dead in our tracks. We continued shining the light to where it ran, down the left side of the mountain, but didn't see anything after it ran down. We were absolutely terrified, none of us really knowing what to say because we had no idea what we saw. The worst part was that we had another 3-mile hike down, and 1.5 miles from the trailhead to Zach's house, all while knowing that this creature could be stalking us and was near. Luckily, we made it to his house, terrified and exhausted, but without harm. Whatever it was must have just been as scared as we were at it. My question is if anyone else has had similar experiences in that area. I've done some research and my best guess would be a skinwalker, but it didn't try to lure us into the forest with it. We had a subsequent experience a couple years later, in Tioga Pass right outside of the Tioga gate of the park. We were camping in a closed campground in Tioga. In the middle of the night, I woke up to take a pee, and after exiting the tent, I saw an orb about 5 feet from the tent, floating across with a bright light. I don't think it was a person, because Zach, Andrew, and I all saw the orb floating across, and there wasn't anyone around us. Our friend Jackson was also in the tent, and in the morning told us he felt rocks getting thrown at the tent all night, along with hearing footsteps near all night. Does anyone have similar experiences? I'd love to hear them. We all know what we saw, and we know that it was not human. I was on my way to go camping and had just crossed the Mackinac Bridge to get to Michigan's Upper Peninsula. It was storming and just started pouring buckets of rain. While driving up a hill, my daughter and I saw a man standing in the middle of the road. There was not great visibility with the sheets of rain, but we both pointed out the man standing in the middle of the road and we were worried he could get hit by a car. When he turned around, it was not a man. It was a huge black dog. We both thought it was a man at first, and then it was a dog, and I can't explain it. It could have just been the combination of looking up from the bottom of a hill in the rain. I think it is odd, though, that my daughter and I both thought that we saw a man. I stopped on one side of the road to help it, and so did a man on the other side in a truck. I love dogs and always stop to help when I see one on the road, but I hoped that someone else would be able to help it because my truck was stuffed with camping stuff, and the only place it could go in my truck would be the front seat with my daughter and I. It was still in the middle of the road, looking back and forth between the man and I. Seeing it up close, I was a bit surprised to see how big it was. I also felt uneasy and intimidated by this animal. It looked almost like a black German shepherd, but also wolfish. I was a dog groomer, so I've been around a lot of big dogs, and this one was huge, and if I had to guess what breed, I would say a wolf hybrid. The guy yelled over asking if it was my dog, and I yelled back no. The man then yelled, "Here, boy," and patted his leg, and the dog ran off to him. Seeing the dog was being taken care of, I got back in my truck and got back on the road towards our camping destination. My daughter was telling me how it looked like a person standing in the road, and then when it turned, it was a dog. It may not be paranormal, but it was definitely an interesting experience. I've heard of this sort of thing, but only briefly. I've never really thought much of it, nor have I ever done any reasonable research into this. I figured this might be a good place to start. I'm cross-posting my story from the r/dogman sub. This is a really odd story of how I came to see a literal dogman last night, around midnight. I live in a neighborhood, by the way, but we're on the edge of a large forest behind our house, so it's not completely rural. Funny part of the story, so I set a live trap for a mouse last night. Catch and release. I can't stand to harm mice. It triggered at midnight, and the loud pop of the door woke me up. I decided I didn't want to just leave it in the cage all night long waiting for morning. I could hear him trying to chew through the wires and didn't want him to torture himself or get hurt attempting to get out. So, I decided I'd just take him outside immediately. Instead of releasing mice in the yard by my house, I always go about 3 miles away into a forested area. I'm not cruel enough to just release them by someone else's house, thus causing them a mouse problem. Irrelevant info, I know. Anyway, before I got in my car to transport the little mouse, my stomach began hurting like never before. It was a horrible, foreboding feeling that was almost telling me something terrible was about to happen. There was no reason for my stomach to suddenly just start screaming in pain. I essentially never have stomach problems like this. It's exceedingly rare. I just don't get stomach aches. But this was painful on a scale that was so strange. I kept getting this deep sense of something being wrong. I got into the car with the little cage. Going down the street, it was literally only 1 block away from my home that I instantly slowed on the brakes because of something enormous at the side of the road. At first I thought, well, that has got to be the tallest dog I've ever seen. Its silhouette was blacker than the night. As I slowed my car from maybe 20 miles an hour to 10, it suddenly came out into the streetlight and walked across the street in front of my car. It wasn't running, but it wasn't going slow either. I suddenly realized it was no ordinary dog, but I knew it wasn't a bear either, because it didn't have much of a belly. This was 3 to 4 times the size of a wolf, and so I can confirm it was not a wolf. What I saw looked like a humanoid literally hunched over on all fours, back erect in a hunch, moving with pace across the road. The head was distinctly wolf-like and enormous, literally looked like a giant wolf head. The being had jet black fur, as black as hair can get. The legs were lanky. My brain literally froze. Instantly, I began rationalizing, but it was fairly impossible to rationalize what I had just seen. The closest thing I can compare this to would be the werewolf from Harry Potter that Professor Lupin turns into. All I can think of is, how did they know? That's nearly identical to what this thing looks like as it's hunched over and walking on all fours. It's horrifying. It was literally quite accurate to looking at that exact CGI rendering. On all fours, its backside probably about 4 to 4.5 feet in height. The head higher, easily reaching 5 feet. Again, there was no way that this was a bear or other regular beast we're familiar with as humans. There was nothing familiar about it. To anyone who might say, maybe it was just a really large dog that was sick and hunched. No, it was bigger than the largest dog breeds I've ever seen. It had to be over 4 feet in height, at the back, not the head, while hunched over. Definitely not a regular dog. Impossible to be a bear as none are this skinny. The humanoid aspect of it could not be denied. You could tell that if it wanted to, it could have easily stood up on 2 legs. What's more insane is that I could feel its energy. The energy was dark, oppressive, and really just a sense of danger swept over me. Had a very otherworldly energy about it. To continue, I slowly continued driving and quickly stared over to the left side of the road as I was passing to see where it had gone. I was able to see its silhouette by a bush, looking back at me, watching me pass. I didn't want to stop. I was scared. I went on with my mission to release the mouse. But I can tell you this, when I got home, I ran into my garage and shut that garage door as quickly as possible. I was panicked, truly terrified. When you know what you saw, you know what you saw, they always say. I also know my mind didn't just fill in the blanks or hallucinate this. Last night I looked up stories of dogmen, only to find people's descriptions and drawings were fairly identical to what I had witnessed. What are the odds of that? Now I'm convinced it's real. I never thought in my wildest dreams that I'd ever see anything like this. Does anyone know how common Oregon sightings are? And has anyone ever heard of an Oregon coast sighting? I'm also curious if anyone else has ever heard of literally getting sick to your stomach or not feeling well just before the encounter. Thanks. Edit to add. I do have house security cameras, but they're all out of batteries. I'm going to get them set back up today and make sure to record at night. From here, moving forward. When I was around 6 or 7 years old, my family and I were driving in southwestern Ontario, Canada, pretty late at night. While we were driving, I was staring out the window, watching the fields of corn and beans pass by. To my surprise, out of seemingly nowhere, this creature runs up out of one of the cornfields. It was large, bipedal, dark in color, and looked like a canine, but had a thick body which reminded me of a bear. It ran with the vehicle for maybe a few seconds, then dashed back in the field. I was more surprised that this thing could run at the same speed as our vehicle, more than I was surprised to actually see the thing itself. We were driving down a country road, which, as an adult, I now know means we were easily clocking 90 kilometers per hour, or 55 miles per hour. I didn't tell anyone until we got home. When I finally did tell my mom, she just said the standard stuff like, "You were dreaming. It was your imagination." I know I wasn't sleeping, but I will say I've doubted my own experience my entire life. However, at 25 years old and still remembering it so vividly, I now firmly believe it was a real experience that I had. I really just wanted to get this off my chest. Maybe share a true story that someone else also has an experience with. I don't know. I've seen ghosts and had weird things happen to me before, but for some reason, this one particular event always stuck with me. Either way, before this post gets too long, I'm signing off. Three or 4 nights ago, I was so sick that I couldn't sleep, so I went out to sit on my balcony, which overlooks many large trees. These trees have thick, clearly visible branches not obscured by anything. There are also lights around my condo which illuminate things, and I live near a busy city, lots of light pollution, so although it was midnight, I could see silhouettes very well. I'm peering over the balcony, and on this branch close to maybe 15 meters away from me, there's this huge dark shape. I'm talking bigger and wider than a person. It looks like 2 tightly folded wings, and I could see it overlapping the branch, as in it wasn't behind the branch on the ground. This weirded me out because I'm very familiar with the view at night, and that shape has never been there. I stared at it for maybe 10 minutes, moving around on the balcony to try and figure out what it was, but no luck. So I made a note of it in my mind, making absolutely sure it's vivid in my memory, and go back to bed. Tonight, I was having trouble sleeping, so I went up to the balcony, again at midnight. The shape is gone. I'm kind of freaking out, because my family and I have no history of hallucinations. I quadruple checked that what I was seeing was real that first night, and the thing was again huge, like a large creature with folded wings. I live in Southeast Asia, and the biggest bird here is an average-sized eagle. Hell, the biggest animals aren't even half the height of a person. What did I see? Note, there are also 3 reports of similar sightings, but those are dated from 2015 and might not mean anything. Any help identifying what it could have been or just a logical explanation is highly appreciated. I'm really freaked out. I'm happy to clarify in the comments if anyone is lost. My father and uncle have a story of living as outsiders, non-native Caucasians, young people on the reservation. Their tale of experiencing a skinwalker. My grandma taught school on the reservation, and they lived well off compared to the natives living there. From what I know, there's a lot of lore surrounding the Navajo Nation. Non-natives, primarily older generations, keeping their experiences and stories left unspoken, especially to those not from the culture. Forgive me if I'm mistaken in any of this. The culture, ideology, practices, or any other part. I'm just trying to tell the story my family has only spoken to me in whispers about. My grandmother, father, and uncle lived there for a few years, and their experience was much different than the Navajo people who have lived there for generations upon generations. I just want to tell their story and get insight as to anyone else who has lived in that community and any other stories some people might be willing to share. My father and uncle are about 2 years in age apart. They lived in the Navajo Mountain in the 1980s. My dad was 10 to 12, and my uncle younger. As it goes, they were always outside riding bikes with their friends, natives of the reservation. My grandma was recovering from an abusive relationship with their father and wasn't too concerned with their whereabouts, being it was a small community. There wasn't much trouble around, nor would they know what real trouble was at that age. Trouble wasn't the issue to young white boys on a reservation then. Pure terror was. It was a typical night without any parental supervision. The night was colder than usual, and the night sky was blacker than you can imagine. In such a desolate place, the stars in the sky would light the night. This night was as if the earth had moved to a different dimension, an abyss. The boys raced each other, as they did every night, until they were compelled to force their brakes in unison. They simultaneously looked up. Each boy's face melted from carefree, innocent, and adolescent to unadulterated horror. The boys stood motionless, grasping their bikes with every nerve, muscle, and strength in their body on the dirt road. To the right of them was a mesa, one they rode by every day. The mesa that paralleled from my family's home. The mesa that they could see through my father and uncle's bedroom every night. This mesa would become fear and nightmares to them from this night onward. At the top of the mesa was a roaring fire, taller than any bonfire that someone could assemble, bigger than a group of people could assemble. It raged and was unbelievable. It was almost as tall as the mesa itself. More unbelievable was the pitch-black figure seen cavorting around the bonfire. The native boys with my father and uncle informed them that this was not a typical Navajo dance or ritual. Pits began to form in their stomachs. Friends of my father and uncle turned back around without a word and bolted back to their homes. My father and uncle threw their bikes on the ground and ran across the unpaved road to their home. The two came back in panic, relaying what they'd seen to my grandmother, but she was unconcerned. A legend of the natives, she told them, and shooed them away. They lay awake all night in their shared room, not saying a single word to one another. They forced their curtains as close as possible, too scared to look out the window and see what they shouldn't have to begin with. Neither could shake the images burnt into their memory, but the sun managed to rise and peeked through into their room. A sense of release washed over them as the darkness had faded. The boys left their beds and traveled to the kitchen to try a second time to tell my grandmother what they saw that night. They tried to get a handle on what they saw, but it was as if they couldn't explain it. Again, my grandmother brushed them off. With a coffee and newspaper more important than their story, she told them to climb the mesa and investigate. The boys wrangled the friends who shared the experience with the night prior as they passed on their bikes. The friends stayed on the dirt road, looking up at the mesa as my father and uncle climbed up to see any evidence of the hell-burning fire that they witnessed together. The mesa wasn't much taller than an average one-story house, so the brothers took less than 2 minutes to climb to the top where the nightmare took place. When they got to the top, they were hysterical and also relieved. There was no indication a bonfire of that enormity, or even a fire at all had taken place on the mesa. They had clearly seen it the night before. They climbed down and told the message to the friends who had also been a part of the shocking scene. Their native friends looked at them in shock, but neither said a word to them. They immediately turned their bikes around and proceeded home. It was never talked about again, despite my father and brother asking about it. My grandmother and everyone else in that community refused to talk about it again. My father is a skeptic. He does not believe in anything paranormal. Aliens, ghosts, mermaids, you name it. But whenever I ask about the skinwalker he saw, he turns pale and white. He gets quiet, jumpy, and curt. I had to plead to get the full story out of him, and I could see goosebumps and every hair standing up on his arms when he shared his experience. My grandma took me to Navajo Mountain in 2019 to show me her history and to see how Navajo natives still live on this reservation today. According to her, not much has changed since living there in the 80s. I hiked and explored what I could of the reservation, as to not invade or violate any of the Navajo reservation and its beauty. However, I did feel a change in mood when I visited. My existence felt heavy, as if I wasn't supposed to be there, or if I was invading on territory that wasn't meant for me. Not caused by any of the community there, but just by my presence being on the land. I will never forget my experience visiting and all that I learned about reservation life. I climbed the mesa, where the skinwalker that my dad and uncle saw had its ritual. I felt pretty normal until I got to the top and stood in the middle. I felt darkness creep into me as I stood there. I've never been the same since. Hello? I'd like to share something that happened to me when I was 9 years old, and that I remember really well, even now that I'm 35. I swear, I'm not lying or seeking for attention, but it bothers me that I haven't been able to find a proper explanation until now. So, I'm asking for your help. I was on holidays with my family at Gabice, a fairly known place in the Adriatic coast in Italy. I'm mentioning it because there were several weird legends surrounding this region, like the Valbruna towns, which is known as the Italian Atlantis, since it was apparently submerged by the sea for unknown reasons during Roman times, and fishers and locals claim to have found remnants of columns, temples, and other proof of it, as well as an ancient temple dedicated to Zeus, which was located on the St. Bartoldo mountain, which is located just nearby, or miraculous sightings of the Virgin Mary. Also, it's quite an eerie place, because mountains, seas, and towns are all merged together. I was taking a stroll with my father. There were many people surrounding us because it was June and the streets near the seaside were crowded, when I suddenly saw something really weird laying on the pavement. It was an animal's, or reptile's apparently, leg, which had been cut off. But instead of dripping blood, it oozed a clear, slimy fluid. It was dark green, almost black in color, covered in scales. A little lighter underneath with 3 slender digits, the middle one longer than the others, and every digit sported a curved claw, kind of like a hen's foot. Of course, I got really spooked off, and I instantly tried grabbing my father's attention about my discovery, but he looked really annoyed at me, claiming that there was nothing on the pavement. I'm absolutely sure that he wasn't lying, but at the same time, I'm also really sure about what I saw. Nobody else seemed to notice that horrible paw, so I just walked away. When I got back a couple hours later and checked the same spot, there was nothing. As I grew older, I did some research, and I found some similarities with a tatzelworm's leg. But since the creature is legendary and apparently doesn't really exist, I was more oriented believing that it could have been an abnormally big, slow worm or lizard's leg. Except those usually have 4 digits instead of 3, and they don't usually sport claws of any sort. I also researched about sea cryptids, but no sea worms or other creatures have been sighted in the Adriatic Sea. If that was a cryptid's leg, though, other people should have seen it. Another possible explanation is the Green Man, which is a legend about a reptile-human hybrid, which has been sighted in various places near River Po in Emilia-Romagna. But it looks like he's really elusive and refuses contact with humans. I don't know what to believe anymore. What really bothers me is that nobody apparently could see what I saw on that day. Do you believe that it might have belonged to some ghostly being or to a fae? Could someone please help me understand? And who or what could cut it off like that? And for what reason? These unanswered questions are really obsessing me lately. Sorry if this is a bit long of a post, but I wanted to share this experience with you wonderful people. There's this forest near my house in southeast England that me and my friends use for mountain biking. But it's got a very uncomfortable, strange vibe to it. The only person we ever see here is the same older man walking his dog, but he always appears when we're feeling really uneasy due to the energy. He'll just suddenly walk past, and you never see him coming. There's a tree that has become a memorial for a dog that died. Coincidentally, a German Shepherd. Same breed as the man has, and looks very similar. Sometimes in the furthest corner of the woods, I distinctly hear a dog collar behind me or nearby. Here's where things get a bit strange. There's a spot we use for campfires and drinking. We were there late at night, around 9 to 10 p.m., but gradually began feeling creeped out as the energy started to increase. We started hearing a very strange noise. It definitely was not a fox or bird. It sounded very sweet and innocent at first, until it turned into blood-curdling shrieking. We quickly packed our stuff and went on a mission to get the hell out of Dodge. There's a field that serves as the main access point to the woods. We were using the main path through it and got an overwhelming sense of dread, sadness, and almost anger mixed together. In the bushes to the side of the path, we heard running. Very, very heavy running. And then, all of a sudden, we started hearing the most horrible growling and screaming noises, getting worse and worse until we got to the exit of the field and it all stopped. We didn't hear it run away, but all the noises and running just stopped. We all had strange dreams that night. One time, I heard very heavy running in the bushes right behind me while my friend was having a pee. I turned around to see if it was him, but there's no way it was because he hadn't moved from that spot. He came back and asked if I heard the running too. 2 days ago, I went back there for the first time in around 5 months alone, as I had moved away from the local area. The strange feeling was still there, and in some areas, felt like it had gotten worse, but I didn't let it bother me. I went back again today, and there was heavy rainfall the last couple of days, so the ground is very muddy. I kept hearing the dog collar that follows me around, and I noticed strange hoof marks in the ground, but they're very inconsistent. Groups of them would appear, and then there wouldn't be any more until around 15 to 20 meters up the path. They definitely weren't there 2 days ago, and these woods take so long to get into, many people wouldn't bother going there, and it's impossible to get a horse in there. I have a few theories about this forest. 1. I think it could be a similar presence to Ghost Man, as he was often linked to canine deaths. The potential cryptid activity and hoof marks are consistent to this theory. 2. Very unlikely but plausible. It could be the devil's hoof marks. The presence definitely feels demonic. 3. The forest is potentially a dumping ground for bodies. There was a suspected murder in the local town and police searched the woods. It would explains the strange presence, but not the cryptid activity. 4. People with dirt bikes sometimes use the forest. One of them could have died there, and it's their body that haunts it. Those are my working theories. Do you have any suggestions on what it might be? I grew up in Okinawa, Japan, because I was a military brat. My father and his friends, along with my younger brother and a few of our father's friends' sons, would go fishing deep in the woods, at a secluded fishing hole that only locals would typically know of. So one day, it was almost time to go, and my father instructed me, my younger brother, and the other guy's 2 sons to start toting the extra fishing gear back to the car, which was probably a little less than half a mile away. As we were passing underneath a bridge, we heard a loud crash from above in some nearby trees. All 4 of us looked up to see a creature that I can only describe as resembling a massive mongoose/fox-like looking beast, covered in dark brown hair and roughly the size of a young lion. It had 2 tails that were bushy like a fox. It looked at all of us briefly, then jumped away in leaps and bounds that were not possible by any creature we know of on Earth. It was at that point that I realized that a lot of the Japanese manga/anime and Pokemon folklore that they put on TV isn't completely fiction-based. They're really telling us about cryptids that they have known existed since the beginning of recorded history. I know a lot of people get on these sites and post make-believe stories for likes, but I have never been as terrified and as puzzled as I was by this event. Mind you, 4 people saw it. It was broad daylight, and none of us were old enough to be influenced by any sorts of drugs. I've only spoken to a few close friends about this experience, and my parents don't quite believe me. When I was about 12 years old, me and my 2 younger brothers and my 2 younger cousins were playing outside at night. Our cousins came over to see us, and all of the adults were inside the home. We lived in a smaller trailer park in Texas at the time, and it was built either on top of or near indigenous land. We played outside a lot at the time, and there was a street light that shone over the part of the road that we were playing on, so it didn't feel so creepy. I looked down the road where a white house sat, and next to it was a garage, and next to that was the forest. There was a lot of forest in the area, and I saw something coming out of the forest. I thought it was a wolf for a brief moment. Then I felt my heart sink when I saw its distorted-looking long, thin limbs, and the uncanny way that it moved brought tears to my eyes. It had a long head and a small mouth, like a horse, tan in color, and was extremely thin and had no tail. I grabbed my cousins and told them to look where I was pointing, and asked if they could see it too, or if I was crazy. They had a terrified look on their faces and said, "Yes." Then I looked over where I saw the creature, and it got up and started walking on its 2 hind legs, and moved in such a freaky way. It began to climb the garage with ease. This thing had to have been around 8 to 10 feet tall while standing on its back legs. I then ordered everyone to run inside. I told the adults what we saw and they didn't believe us for whatever reason. I assumed they thought it was our imaginations. Anyway, I haven't seen those cousins since the encounter due to family issues. I've searched the internet many times trying to find a sighting report or image that resembles this creature. to which I have had no luck finding. So now, I'm turning to Reddit. Let me know, please, if you know anything about what we saw that night, or if you have seen something like it. Hi everyone. First time posting here. Looking for some explanations as to what this may have been. About 2 to 3 years ago, I was with some friends in my car outside one of my friends' house. It was around 9 p.m. in wintertime, so relatively dark but clear weather. There were 5 of us in the car, myself and a friend in the passenger seat, as well as 3 friends sitting in the middle row. It was an SUV. We were talking about some random topic when all of a sudden I felt an intense feeling go down my spine, like we were being watched. I turned to my friend in the passenger seat and he looked up at me at the same time, like he had just seen a ghost. I asked him if he felt that too and he said yes. None of my other friends in the back felt anything. We felt really strange but ignored it and kept talking. A few minutes later, the feeling came back stronger than before. And once again, my friend and I looked at each other at the same time. He looked right past me out the driver's side window, which my back was to, and told me not to turn around. None of my other friends saw anything, but he said there was something out there, and I felt some sort of presence behind me. We took turns describing to each other what we sensed it looked like, and we were for sure both seeing/sensing the same thing. It was pure white and humanoid, but the details of what we sensed are fuzzy to me. Clear descriptions later in the post. After a minute or so, it went away, and we were totally spooked. This is where it gets weirder. My friend and I both felt the presence making circles around the car, and we began to see green glowing circles moving quickly around it. It's hard to explain, but we couldn't really see them. It was more just knowing that they were there. They began to move faster, and we were freaking the hell out. Then all of a sudden they disappeared. Once again, we both saw/felt these, but nobody in the back did. Then, passenger seat friend and I were leaning back talking to the middle row, when all of a sudden, on the sidewalk behind the car, there was a flash of white light and a creature sprinting down towards us. It was pure white, bipedal, somewhat humanoid, and very tall and lanky. I'm gonna guess it was probably 7 feet tall. It had a horse-shaped head, long, black, thin hair, black eyes and claws. My friend and I in the front screamed simultaneously, started the car, and got the hell out of there. Once we were far, far away, we once again took turns describing to each other what we saw, and we were both on point with each other's descriptions. I took everyone home. Then, as I was driving home, I still felt the presence behind me. I couldn't tell if it was in the car or not, but whenever I got to a stop sign/stoplight, I felt it catching up, so I sped the rest of the way back. Once I got home, it was gone. Both my friend and I could sense that whatever it was wasn't there to kill us or anything, just to make its presence known. Nothing like it has happened before or since. The only relevant connecting factor between the passenger seat friend and I, that those in the back did not share, is that we were both Christian. Any ideas as to what we could have experienced? I can get in touch with a passenger seat friend if it's needed for extra info. Thanks, everyone. My story is a little boring, but it happened to me on Wednesday, so here you go. I was rock climbing with 2 other guys in Colorado, and was belaying one of them when the 2 friends on the ground heard something weird. The commands we use to communicate that we're safe at the top of the route are name of guy on the ground, off belay, which prompts the belayer to unclip the rope from his belay device so the climber can pull slack out of the rope. The response to that command is name of guy at the top of the route, belay off. The climber was approximately 40 meters up on a roughly 50-meter route. I didn't know this at the time. The rope stopped moving, which isn't uncommon when someone is having a hard time with a move, or is setting up an anchor, which is what I thought was going on. Then we heard it. A voice that sounded way closer to the ground, like close enough we could have had a shouting conversation, and way further left off the route of where the climber should have been. It said, "Tommy sticks. Off belay." I looked at the other guy in our climbing party who was just as confused as I was. He said to me, "What was that?" And we discussed where the climber should be at this time and that we shouldn't be able to hear him that well. The rope still wasn't moving, but I decided to keep him on belay. I figured it would be best to keep him safe and just feed slack through my belay device in the event that it wasn't him. Turns out, it wasn't. A few moments later, the rope started moving again. Later, followed by a faint syllable counted, "Tommy sticks, off belay." That sounded way more like it should have. We didn't really think anything of it, but we have been traveling down the wall and hit a few routes without seeing anyone. We also had a friend just a few months ago that burned in on a route and took someone off belay when he wasn't safe. I remember seeing a video of a hiker, or rancher or something, walking down the road when he hears a voice of a woman calling him off the road. The guy stops to try to figure out what's going on, then just gets out of there because of how weird it was. Is there a specific cryptid that mimics the voice of a person? This story takes place in San Antonio, Texas. I was an amateur runner at the time, about 18 to 19 years old. My brother, my older cousin, but was basically my bro, and I would train during the summer. One promise/agreement we had was he'd challenge me to a run, and I had to accept. The latest on this day was at 10:30 to 11 p.m. We started the run, and of course, it was pitch black. It was super sketch too, because we couldn't see far ahead of ourselves. My cousin and I knew this running trail like the back of our hands. It's called O.P. Schnabel Park. We had spent years running throughout this park, even establishing our own trails. The reason I say this will come up later. So, we're running through the first, second, and third pavilion on the trail, and onto the soccer field adjacent to the trail. The field is attached to the running trail. We were headed to the soccer field to do sprint work before heading back. Anyway, as we exit the trailhead, we see a humongous thing in front of us. It had to be about 250 to 280 pounds. Wide. It had antlers, and was maybe about 6'6" or so. I'm 6 foot even. And it was sitting out in the open underneath a park lamp near a bench. Imagine seeing a creature underneath an amber lamp in an empty field just waiting for you. It saw us, pivoted, and stood up, and started snorting. My brother hits my chest and just starts cursing and physically turns me around, and then shouts, "Run." It was the most terrifying feeling I've ever had. My cousin was much faster than me at running, so, looking back, it was funny how he smoked me in terms of speed. We ran to the first pavilion at OP Schnabel. It was well lit and opened up to the largest trailhead, so the decision became, well, do we run back? And we agreed to do so. Mind you, it's still pitch black and about 7 miles back home. I swear that this was the most intense run I've ever done in my life. We talked about what we saw independently the next morning. We both saw the antlers, it standing up, and the figure. It had a body of a bear. I looked up cryptids native to South Texas to try and ID the thing too. I've talked to numerous people to try and explain this. It looked very similar to the Goatman pictures in the size of the thing and the big horns. However, it looked more like a deer with a huge, wide torso body. I'd like to know if anyone in South Texas has experience with this, or knows more about what we encountered. It's something that my brother and I have spent almost a decade trying to explain for ourselves, and we still haven't come up with any sort of logical conclusion. Last night I had some friends over. We were chilling and having fun. Just us. No one home and couldn't reach anyone if we needed to as my sister was out of town and my parents were out for the night with no signal. My friends and I went to get ice cream from the shed out back. A few steps out, we all hear a loud yelling coming from the field across. A male voice. We live in the country, so no neighbors. There was sheep, but this was someone yelling. There's a difference. This instantly made us all run inside. We go to sit in the living room, and that was when we all heard a light knocking from the window in the room next to us. This definitely wasn't our imagination, as we wouldn't all be able to hear it. We also tested it by staying still in silence, and yet, again we heard it. I was wondering, does anyone else have any idea of what this could possibly be? So, the area my grandparents lived in was somewhat known for Bigfoot sightings, and my grandfather had seen some sign of it. A set of footprints in the snow that strode uninterrupted over a 4-foot fence, calls from the forest, etc. They live at the edge of a state park in Ohio. I've seen plenty at this point, but back then I hadn't had any experience with the paranormal, at least as far as I knew. Bigfoot fascinated me. Because of all of the cryptids, it seemed the most plausible, and I'd spent some of my week there watching documentaries and discussing it with him. Now, he wasn't much of a prankster, but it had happened enough that when something actually happened, I thought it was him. I'd just gotten into bed at the end of their trailer, was there for maybe 20 minutes, insomnia, when I heard this call outside the window, passing by quickly down the hill. Imagine an orangutan hot. Not aloud, just that idle huffing call that they do to each other. Pitch that down a ways and then have it coming from lungs that should belong to a bear or moose. As I said, my first thought was to rationalize, that's just my grandpa messing with me. He almost had me too. This thought lasted until I remembered. The way the trailer sits on the hill, at the bottom of these big windows, is sitting 6 feet off the ground. The noise had definitely come from above me in bed, near the tops of the window. So whatever made that noise was 2 or 3 feet higher, and the old guy didn't own any stilts. I wish I'd gone to look, but the realization that something that massive had decided to make a noise right next to me struck me, paralyzing me with fear. I was playing around an abandoned area within sight of the trailer later that same week, jumping around, riding beams, and poking through whatever was left when I just stopped. There was just a massive, imminent presence behind me all of a sudden. No noise alerted me. I hadn't seen anything move. It was just pressure. That same pressure thinking back on it. Nothing inherently threatening in it. Just the sheer weight of the gaze is what got me running. I felt the presence of ghosts, at least one demon, what I'm pretty sure was eldritch shenanigans. And let me tell you, nothing has had the weight of that power. It felt more real and present than I think people can be. Anyone else have something like this? Not a sighting, but like just a sense of something. An impossible noise or just a too close encounter. This incident occurred during the summer of 1983, as I was about to begin my senior year in high school. My family lived in rural Pennsylvania, in northern Indiana County. Our farmhouse was built in the mid-1800s. In the early 1900s, an addition was added to the back that made more than double the size of the original house. The original house was a four-square house, so called for 4 square rooms, 2 on the first floor and 2 on the second floor, with a staircase in the back. The house as a whole was sturdy, albeit a bit creaky. Every night in the summer, I fell asleep listening to the pops, cracks, creaking, and groans as the house cooled off in the night air. The house was built on high ground, next to the mouth of an ancient ravine that ran for over a mile, deeper and darker and rockier as it went down to the north branch of the Little Mahoning Creek. The ravine was heavily wooded at the beginning. Then the trees sparsened to a few old ones tenaciously rooted into the eroded rocks and glacial till. It was dark and cool and damp down there, even on the hottest summer day, and I spent many summer days down in those woods. I knew the plants, the trees, the birds and the deer. I heard much I couldn't see, like the rabbits running through the brush, and the squirrels high up scolding me as I walked. I could sense the ones that hid and made no noise, the bobcats lurking and the nocturnal critters peeking at my back after I passed their burrows. Sometimes, sudden waves of total silence would descend on the woods. The air would be still. The birds would silence themselves. I taught myself to stop at these moments and to observe. I knew it wasn't me that made the animals go silent, so I figured something, a bobcat perhaps, was close by. I never saw what it was that caused the silences, but I loved to imagine myself as a skilled tracker. Nothing of the sort, of course, but I will claim to know these woods. I also had a bosom friend and companion as we roamed the woods and ravines around my home, a big male German shepherd named Chap. Chap loved to run and roam and chase groundhogs. We prowled along through the woods for years. This particular night, I awoke suddenly, very awake and alert. The wind was blowing against the open window. Our room had the crank-out windows that were popular in the 70s, when the house had been remodeled. The bottom of the window tilted out and the rain ran off. There was a low rumble off in the distance, the thunder of a summer storm blowing in from the west. I was laying on my belly, my face on its left side of my pillow, and my arms around and under my pillow. I listened to the rain. It was not unusual for me to wake up in the middle of the night. It's been a regular occurrence in my life since I was very young. By that point, at 17 years old, I was used to my 3 a.m. ritual, though still very irritated by it. Across the room, I could hear my brother breathing. I could hear our dog lying on the foot of my brother's bed, sniffing at the rainy night air blowing in the window. Across the hall from our room, I could hear my dad's low, steady, rumbling snore. Then, I heard something that made my eyes fly open in the pitch-black room. From down in the ravine, off in the distance, I heard an animal call unlike any I had ever heard before. It was an uproar, an angry roar. To the best of my knowledge, the apex predator in those woods was a bobcat. This was too deep, too throaty for a bobcat. Then, I heard it again, surprisingly closer, a lot closer. I listened for my brother's breathing. Silence. He was awake. "What was that?" I whispered loudly, I don't know, he whispered back. There was obvious concern in his voice. Then we heard it again. It had to be no more than 75 feet from the house, down at the corner of the yard where the trail led into the woods and down into the ravine. First of all, it was no damn bobcat. It was not a dog, not a coyote, and it was most definitely not a man. Next to my bed was a softball bat. Still have it, as a matter of fact. That night, all I wanted in the world was to slide my hand out from under my pillow head and reach down and grab that ball bat. But I couldn't move. Everyone in the house seemed paralyzed. I kept expecting to hear my dad throw his bedroom door open, but he never made a sound. Then, two things happened in rapid succession. There was a tremendous crash, like something or someone had ran headlong into the house. Then, there was another roaring, screaming howl, this time right next to the house. It was an angry roaring so loud, I felt like it was next to my face. I had never, in all my life, heard an animal make a noise like that. It was like a V8 engine with straight pipes was running wide open throttle. At the same time, there was a throbbing, a low-frequency growl that seemed to make the whole house vibrate. All I could do was close my eyes and try to scream, but nothing came out. I must have passed out. The next thing I know, it was morning. The sun was shining. The house was still there. I slept in, which was very unusual in my family. I went downstairs. My dad and brother had already left for the day. My mom stood at the sink washing dishes. I looked back at my mom wide-eyed. Surely she had heard what happened. She met my eyes and pointed to the back porch of our house, a small side room that housed the washing machine, dryer, and coat closet. I walked to the back porch to see that the door that led to the outside had been ripped from its hinges and lay flat on the floor of the porch. In the coat closet, with his nose pressed as far back as it could go, lying in a puddle of his own urine, was Chap. He'd lay there, whimpering for 2 days before he finally came out. I was given the task to fix the door. When it was up and repaired, I went to my mom and basically asked, "Are we going to pretend that nothing happened last night?" My mom sighed with obvious exasperation and said something along the lines of, "Well, what would you like to know? You know what that was. Your dad knows. I know. We all know. Not much to talk about other than how scary it was. And frankly, I don't need to talk about that. Thank you." And for my family, that was pretty much the end of it. I brought it up once not long ago. My dad shrugged. I know as much now as I did that night. Me, I drive by there on occasion when I'm in the area. I stop on the old country road and listen a while. I listen to the wind and the birds. I listen a while. And then I drive on. I've been debating on sharing this story with anyone outside my small circle of people that were there, but I want to share my experience in hopes that it saves someone's life, or to give understanding of what someone else has experienced. Late fall 2010, in northern Canada, I went deep into the wilderness with my father and my eldest brother to hunt for moose. We left in the early morning, just before sunrise, trying to cover as much distance as possible before nightfall. We traveled winding rivers and had to repeatedly portage over rapids all day. We decided to set up camp just over halfway to our destination. My father figured that we'd make the rest of the journey tomorrow. Well, when everyone went to bed for the night, I decided to grab some firewood and relieve myself down by the bank of the river, just out of the reach of the light from the campfire. Out from the tree line, about 15 yards away, I could hear rustling in the bushes. I watched the area where I heard the noise and focused on that spot. I felt kind of funny, dizzy and lightheaded, and I could smell this putrid stink. like old milk or rotten food. Then I saw the trees start to morph and move ever so slightly and began to take the shape of a head and slight facial features. My eyes began to adjust to the darkness, and along the tree line, I could hear this voice coming from there. I recognized it. The voice sounded like one of my relatives who had recently passed. The face took shape of my relative. "Hello," they said. "I've missed you. Come see me." I smiled and stepped forward a bit, but stopped to analyze the situation. My relative's face stopped smiling and became emotionless. The skin began to turn pale and peel away. Chunks of flesh from their cheeks began to fall away, and I felt shock and fear overwhelm my body. I couldn't make sense of it all, so I started to back away and make my way to camp. I didn't realize at the time that I had been walking towards the voice, and I was further away from the firelight. The voice became angry and began shouting at me to come here. So I turned to run away, but as I looked back one more time, I saw the most disgusting thing I had ever seen. It was rotting flesh on gnawed bone, caved-in eyes, and a hollow chest cavity. This humanoid creature was tall and super thin. I ran as fast as I could, trying to yell for help, but the fear made my voice quiet and raspy. I ran along the riverbank, and I could hear the heavy breaths and the stomping feet from this thing right behind me. I made it onto the top of the riverbank, but it grabbed a hold of my leg as I jumped up. I gripped and tore the grass trying to lift myself, and yelled as loud as I could. Then finally, my voice came back, and I yelled that someone has my leg. My brother woke up and ran over to where I was. Then he pulled me up and took me over to the fire. I was terrified, trying to explain what I saw and that it looked like my relative, but I knew that it wasn't. I was trying to convince them that I wasn't seeing things, but my brother nodded his head and said, "I saw it too. I know." That solidified it. He acknowledged that it was real. We stayed up all night after that, rifles loaded and close by. We packed up when the sun was coming up and went back home. We haven't shared that story with anyone out of fear of being labeled as crazy or liars. I've had nightmares and couldn't sleep for months afterwards. I would see things, dark figures looking into my window, or hear whispers when I was walking home at night. Eventually, I was seeing this dark figure daily. I went to medicine men/shaman for help, but I've learned that the ceremonies only relieves it temporarily. Friends have given me everything from protection pouches to crystals. I found out that there's a strong possibility that I encountered a Wendigo. I learned that if you encounter one and survive, it attaches itself to you like a parasite. I learned that it can only do this to you if it touches you, which it did touch me. Ever since that night, I've been on edge when I enter any forest or wooded area, which sucks because I love being outdoors and hunting in nature. Now, I always feel like I need to keep my back against something when I'm out in the wild. Anyways, make your own conclusions about this. I've paid a price for being an ignorant child to the stories of old. They are real. I can attest to that. Stay safe, everyone. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I live alone in a one-bedroom flat. My bedroom is on the top floor. Kitchen, living room, and bathroom are down a flight of stairs. The front door is down another flight of stairs. A couple months ago, I woke up, went on my phone for a bit, and then decided to actually get up. Before I moved to get up, I heard 3 distinct clear knocks on my closed bedroom door. I remembered that the estate agent said that it was due to have an inspection soon, and I assumed that it was them. I couldn't be bothered to deal with them and found it weird that they just let themselves in without ringing or anything, so I pretended to be asleep and didn't respond. I waited. No more knocks, but I also didn't hear anyone walking away down the stairs, and I didn't hear anyone entering or leaving my flat. As I was lying there waiting for them to leave, I realized that I had locked myself out several months ago. Had to have the lock replaced and hadn't got around to taking a set of new keys to the estate agents. I was obviously very freaked out at this point. I forced myself to get up after a while, and no one else was in my flat. I've asked friends and family, and they were all as freaked out and confused as I was. Does anyone have any explanations? Because I'm stumped. This story happened in 2007 and gets told every time my family gets together. My Nana owns a farm, and she's always had a herd of cows and a guard donkey. In one of her cattle fields, there used to be a large circle of mushrooms that my Nana said was a fairy circle. Now, my Nana is Irish, and Irish people don't mess with fairies, and she refused to even mow over the circle. When she married my step-granddad, he didn't believe in fairies or the paranormal, and he wanted to remove the circle from the field, but my Nana told him not to. He thought that she was just being silly, and they would argue about it all the time. Long story short, he went behind her back and had the fairy circle removed while she was away. When she found out what he did, she refused to talk to him for days and was very angry and got upset. 2 weeks after the circle was removed, all of her pregnant cows aborted their calves. My Nana was devastated since she is very experienced and careful with looking after her cows, and she had never lost all of her calves before, and it hasn't happened since. She's lost one or two, but never all of them. There was also a strange, scary experience that involved me that my Nana believed was also connected. My mom and 1-year-old me stayed with my Nana for a few days to cheer her up, since she was still upset about the calves. Somehow, I ended up catching chickenpox, which is supposed to be rare in babies under 1. Luckily, I wasn't too sick, but it still scared everyone. I know that my Nana still leaves small offerings in the cattle field like small cakes and barley water, even though my step-granddad still thinks it's silly. I've stayed at her farm a lot, and the field definitely has a different feel to it than I've ever felt anywhere else, especially at night, and I would never stay outside after dark. I know it was probably just 2 random coincidences, but it's definitely become a legend in my family. I've posted this in the Wendigo community that I'm in, but I also wanted to share it here to see if anyone else has any intel that can help me, since the other community seems to be pretty quiet. I realize how unbelievable this story might be, but I assure you, it's entirely true. I've had countless experiences with the supernatural since I was 4. I'm 33 now, but this is one of the most terrifying ones that I've had. I've looked at some of the stories in this community to see if there's anything that I haven't discovered yet. I thought that if I shared my encounter here, there might be someone who has some information that could help. Please don't comment if you don't believe in the supernatural. I've seen skeptics plastering their 2 cents on some posts. I'm looking for legitimate information. My questions are at the end of this. Thanks in advance. I had an experience with a Wendigo this fall in early October in northern Minnesota in a state forest, very close to, if not on, a native reservation. I've always heard that speaking of them can draw them to you, but I hadn't thought of or listened to any Wendigo stories any time close to my encounter. I was staying with some very dear friends. I'll call them M and C. And they have a camper in their yard by the lake for guests to sleep in. I had walked down to the camper from the house with my miniature dachshund, Ebony, around midnight, and found that I needed to set some things up, primarily the heater. By the time I was done getting everything in order, it was approximately 1:30. I never thought to lock the door because, really, I figured it's in the middle of the woods, so there was nothing to worry about. I was wrong. I had closed the curtains, thank God. and I was having trouble falling asleep because my anxiety was going mad. M and C's dogs were barking outside, and their geese wouldn't stop honking. Ebony, who usually sleeps under the covers, was sitting on my hip while I laid on my side, and I could feel her turning her head back and forth, like she was tracking something outside. I tried tucking her under the blankets to calm her down, but she kept returning to her perch on my hip. I have no idea how long I laid there. I would say at least 40 minutes, when all of a sudden I heard M's voice outside the camper. "Anybody in there?" And what sounded like claws dragging down the side of the camper. I almost called back to her when I realized, 1, she and C were both fast asleep by now, and 2, M knew I was in there. She wouldn't ask if anybody was. Suddenly, I noticed everything had gone absolutely silent outside. The dogs and the birds had stopped carrying on. The gusts of wind had even stopped. It was the kind of silence you hear about in horror stories, how the woods go mute when something evil is in the area. Then another thought hit me. Ebony would be losing her crap and barking at the door if it had been anything human. She was frozen on my hip, dead quiet and shaking. I didn't dare move, but I was really starting to have to pee. And I remember that I hadn't locked the door. I have no idea how long I laid there debating whether or not I should get up and use the bathroom and lock the door, but it felt like an eternity. In reality, I guessed it was maybe 10 to 15 minutes. I thought it may have been a skinwalker at first, but remember they don't mimic the voices of your loved ones to lure you into the woods. Wendigo do. I knew these creatures, demons, whatever they are, can lure humans out of their bodies if they make eye contact with you. And everything in me was screaming to make sure that I didn't look outside. I made doubly sure that I didn't look through any cracks in the curtains as I walked softly to the front of the camper and very slowly turned the lock, praying and holding my breath. I made sure to keep my eyes away from the windows as I crawled back in bed and pulled Ebony close, and she finally stayed under the blankets. I snuck a peek at my phone for the time before I laid down, figuring it had to be close to 3 a.m., the witching hour. It was about 2:30. As soon as I laid down, the wind kicked back up and M&C's basset hounds erupted into howls as they came running down to the camper and a little ways into the trees, and the geese started their noise again. I heard the bassets come back to the camper, barking a few more times before they laid down outside the door to protect me. I didn't get out of bed again that night. I told M&C what had happened the next morning. I think I was hoping that M would say that she had come down to check on me and Ebony, but she confirmed what I already knew. They had gone to bed as soon as I had left the house. I said a prayer over their house, the camper, and all of us the following night, and had an uneventful night, thank God. I also spoke with another guy who's familiar with the supernatural to see if he knew anything more about Wendigo. I'm not sure how accurate the information he gave me was, or if it's reliable at all. But when I asked him why Ebony hadn't made a peep, I had assumed it was because she was absolutely petrified. He said that a Wendigo can control animals to keep them from alerting their owners about its presence. He told me, 1, they can't enter houses that aren't made of wood directly from the forest they're hunting in, tents and campers included, because they consist of man-made materials. 2, a lock is useless. They can unlock and open a door so they can lure you outside. And 3, they typically stay in the woods, but they will come into a smaller town and never into a city. I had never heard of any of what he told me before, so again, I can't speak for accuracy, but I also haven't researched the claims either. He also advised me to never go outside to pee at night if I ever go camping, and to bring a bucket or something to use, and to make sure that I always close the tent flaps and curtains before falling asleep. He said if the flaps are open you can see outside, the Wendigo can make eye contact with you and draw you out. After leaving M&C's to go to my father's house for a few days, I had the distinct feeling of being watched when I took Ebony outside after dark. My father lives 3 hours away from M&C, but his house is in the country. I told myself it was only the fear from the experience and what I know about the Wendigo triggering an overactive imagination. I never heard anything, and I watched Ebony's behavior very closely, and she never acted like she had in that camper. I'm moving back to that area from Canada, and this experience has been weighing heavily on my mind. I've been trying to find any information about warding them off, or if they have a home hunting range like cougars do, or if they move on from a region. My prayers did work the second night, so I figure I can pray over the property. I also have holy water that I can use, since the Wendigo is an evil spirit that possesses people or physically manifests. Frustratingly, a majority of what comes up in searches is utter garbage like Wikipedia. Does anyone know if a Wendigo stays in one area? Are my concerns about it coming back when I get moved into my cabin warranted, or am I worrying excessively? Do you have any tips for warding them off? Thanks again for any information that you can offer. Me and a friend went to the woods to a barbecue over a fire, as we do now and then all year round. I live in Stockholm, and the woods we go to lie next to a lot of apartments. I've always been very into the Sasquatch and Bigfoot subject, and I know it's real. We have them here in Sweden as well. What people refer to as trolls here is the same as Bigfoot or Sasquatch, same being, different names. However, me and my friend went into the woods to a specific place we always go to when we make our fire, barbecue, and drink beer. After a while, when the fire was started, I grabbed a big stick, went to a tree, and knocked it hard 3 times. 10 minutes pass, and further into the woods, I see this orb just appear, and it hovers about 3 meters off the ground. I stare at it and think to myself, that's not a person with a flashlight or anything like that at all. The orb just hovered at the same spot, and then disappeared, and I thought to myself, weird stuff is about to go down. Time passes and darkness has fallen over the woods. Me and my friend sit in front of the fire where we hear a weird noise, and my friend says, "Did you hear that?" I looked over the fire into the darkness and see 2 dark yellow eyes glowing in the darkness, staring at us. I said, "Do you see those glowing eyes staring at us?" "Yes," he answered. "That's not a human, not an animal, nothing of that nature," I said, and he agreed. We stared at it for a solid 30 seconds, when it suddenly moves away, almost floating, leaving traces from the glowing eyes. I was creeped out. 1 week later, we go to the same spot and it's dark. The fire is lit when we suddenly start to hear trees break from the woods. Thick tree breaks. It starts from the left and moves to the right and circles around us. The tree breaks keep moving around us, and they get closer. It gets quiet for a couple of minutes. All of a sudden, 15 meters to the right of us, a big tree break echoes through the woods. And I go, "Holy cow," and it gets quiet. Behind me and my friend stood this 5-meter long tree, and the fire was on a rock maybe 1 meter above the ground. Suddenly, something appears behind us and smashes the tree with the big log. This thing broke in half minutes before. It hit the tree so hard that it hit the ground and swung back up again. Me and my friend jumped back like 2 meters. This thing hit the upper part of the tree, which means that it was huge and strong as hell. My friend turns on the flashlight and looks around. We see nothing, and it's quiet. The thing is that when me and my friend walked around the woods, we were loud, breaking twigs and tons of other sounds under our feet. But this thing moves fast, silently around us, and that's the scary part. I was so scared, so I just left the woods. I like the woods, but I get nervous and scared when I wander too far into the woods alone. One other time when I was walking on a track, 2 stones come flying from above and land in front of me. I look up into the trees and see this transparent shaped thing in the trees, and then it just disappears. Have any of you Had any scary encounters in the woods? Now, I don't know about anyone else here in the subreddit, but I've always been a pretty firm believer in the paranormal and unseen since I was a kid. I chalk it up to the fact that I've always had some unique experiences with ghosts and fae, thanks to voodoo and hoodoo and other magical practices running in the family. But I just wanted to share this story that actually recently happened to me just the other night. I posted about it on my personal Tumblr and decided to share it here as well. I was up rather late last night, messaging a friend and one of my sisters. I had only just decided to lay down and turn my light off for the night. I wasn't tired, but considering the times I'm trying to do my best not to raise the light bill. When I lied down, I had my back facing my door while I typed away on my horizontally placed laptop. Perfect for lazy people like myself who want to lay down but don't want to stop pecking away at their digital devices late into the night. That's when I suddenly felt a hand slip under my satin bonnet and begin running their fingers through my hair. For those who don't know much about afro hair, our hair is actually rather fragile despite how it looks. And unless you have particular pillows and sheets, satin for example, we need to wear protective head coverings while we sleep to keep our hair from rubbing against the pillows, or it'll tear it out. And for the uninitiated, black people really don't like the touching the hair unprovoked or without asking. I'm really only comfortable with me and my parents touching my hair. I rarely let anyone else touch it, since it doesn't take much for it to tangle, which is why this was especially jarring to feel such a deliberate touch. My first thought, dumbly, was, that isn't my hand. The next thought was that it couldn't have been my mom too, how I refer to my trans mom on my blog to avoid confusion between my two moms, or her boyfriend. For one, I would have heard the door open, and second, I knew for a fact that they were both asleep. Third, neither of them were really the hair-touching type. Mom 2's boyfriend might be white, but he knows the unofficial rules. Plus, he'd never do that. So, through the process of elimination, I knew it wasn't anyone human. It also was an energy I couldn't recognize as any of the usual fairies or spirits I knew would come through my home. It was someone new. The curious wave of energy swept over me and I realized, they just want to touch my hair since they've never seen hair like mine. Still, I text a friend, someone is touching my hair, and that's when the caressing stopped. Knowing the fairy meant no harm, without turning around as I continued typing to a friend, I said aloud the ins and outs of my hair and what my bonnet was for. My guess is that this was a fairy who may have seen me on walks before and was fascinated by my hair, and decided to finally act on that curiosity. About 10 minutes later, did I feel a cautious hand touch the back of my hair again, this time through the bonnet, lightly poking it down to see how my hair would rise back up again. It stopped a few minutes later, and I felt rather giddy, feeling that kept me up for about another hour before I was finally able to sleep. Thanks to the area I live in, there's a lot of fairies that come in and out of here. Mostly garden fae, since a lot of plant life and gardens of my neighbors have fae-friendly flowers and plants. Sometimes when I play music by Celtic women loudly, there will be a burst of birdsong outside my window, and the energy in my room becomes a buzz, and orbs and wisps will flitter about my room until the music stops and they filter out and leave me to my own devices. I know there are plenty of cons to interacting with the fae, but there are still enjoyable moments I find in those interactions once you know how they operate. Anyway, that was just a fun interaction that happened recently that I thought would be fun to share here too, since I know now that there's a subreddit for paranormal encounters. Definitely share any of your own fae encounters on this, if anyone else wants to share. I've never told anyone this or talked about it to anyone besides the people that were with me that night and my best friend that claims to have seen him at a different date that I didn't know about until I described my experience to him. I lived in a small town in Louisiana with my cousin and his wife. There's not much to do in Morehouse Parish besides drive back roads like we've done thousands of times before. Then, one night in 2015, we were leaving a church that we used to clean. It was around 2 a.m. or so. We were in my cousin's 1990 GMC Sierra single cab 4x4, so we decided to ride back roads. So we're cruising, me and him are talking and listening to Nirvana. Probably we played music together. But anyway, his wife was asleep in the middle seat when we turned on a paved road 5 miles or so outside of town and come around a curve. And then there was something that we have never seen before. I'm an avid hunter, been in the woods all hours of the night and day, was in the army, but I had never been more freaked out by something than what we witnessed. There was something dead in the road, and something eating it. When the headlights hit it, it looked up, and was about 2.5 to 3 feet tall, like it was kneeling over whatever it was eating. It had red eyes, and it stood up so fast, it seemed like a millisecond. It was 7 or 8 feet tall. It was pitch black. Its skin looked like a bat's skin, but way darker. And in one fell swoop, it leapt, and its wings opened and flew into the woods on the side of the road. It had to be moving over 50 miles per hour. This was the wildest experience of my life. And I've always been cynical when it comes to paranormal stuff. But I know what I saw that night, and so does my cousin. It was the Mothman. Thank you so much for listening to all of those stories. And a big special thank you to all of our channel members. Thank you so much, They Love Jay, Atlas, No One, Thumb, Natasha Hovermail, Tamaki Amajiki, Leslie Jarbath, Snea Nair, Glenn Williams, Francis Egan, Tyler Aliberti, Averi Prolix, Antoinette Flowers, Eric Donter, Caroline Hawksworth, Selena Stewart, Lisa Lynn, Tangela Young, The Grim Reaper's Nightmare, Miss Cannabis, Carrie Morris, Mathematica, Christy Goodall, Anon Q, Cherry, Recovery BMX UK, Corey Maloney, Melissa Robinson, Lisa Thompson, Cheryl Taylor Harris, Derek Slank, CC's Castle, West Virginia Angel, Michelle Dixon, Tom H., Lindsay Chavez, Borden Short T, Jess and Dave McDonough, Spike 2021, Patrick F., Liz C., Melissa E. Gondetta, Jamie Gavisk, Carlise Van Oswingen, Brooklyn Ledbetter, Xanax Master, Sarah Rodriguez, Kayla Johnson, Melissa Reddy, Charity McVeigh, Salvador VL, Randy Music, Natasha Strom, Shay Shay, Dark Poison, Skittle Britches, Skin Crawler, Flat Booty Biscuits, Lexi Lou, Furberry's Fables, Taryn, Inner Scare Wifey, Brittany, Said I Would, Ruby Wilson, Vanita Tillman, Classic Sonic the Hedgehog, Jennifer Moyer, Chili, Cutie Patootie, Cappy Karma, Paul Reese, Via Maj K0101, and Honey Pond. I appreciate you all so much for being members. It really does mean the most. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who watched and stuck with me till the end. Please enjoy the extra rain. Have a good night, everybody. Fall asleep soundly. Good night.